Hello, welcome. Welcome to the game dev stream. My name is Sergey. I'm indie game developer. Me and my brother Alexander together we make the game called Prohibition Vibe, and this is like the game development streams. So the links they are below. Here's just in case, I got some cool command for you. Basically this is like the sandbox, synthwave sandbox with a lot of customization options, like social deduction, storyline, multiplayer, game editor, customizable interface, customizable atmosphere, and different game modes and game rules. So you'll be able to create like your own kind of digital world, something like that, in the style of like the synthwave art deco 80s Miami style. And this is like in general this stream is environment all about like the game. So let's go see what we got. So this is like the game, the main menu, Unreal Engine. We work with Unreal Engine. This thing is like giga customizable, so like for example we can have like this type of the atmosphere, or we can like quickly replace it with this one, you know, or maybe with this one. Very nice, very nice. So I did this thing like manually, but overall you can do this thing in real time during the game, and this works in multiplayer. Okay, so the style of like the map, let me show you one more time, like, or maybe for the first time. Give it a second for the moment. Okay, so here we are, like this is like the style of the map. Hide the trigger zones. So we start the game with literally like nothing, and we build everything from kind of like scratch, but in reality like we select the pre-made visual style of like the map, and we unlock that. So, and we like at the same time we customize them. So this is how this works. So yes, the synthwave plus art deco, and this is in general like the style of the game. What else? The game will be free. I have no plans to ever finish this game in some way, like in ideal situation. I just want to keep this thing like grind, just to keep on, go on. Hope we can get this thing. So enjoy the vibe, and enjoy the vibe. Feel free to go work on all this kind of stuff. So, what was done the last week? Oh yes, I almost like forgot what I was making like the last week. Basically, I finalized like the last, like almost finalized. Let's say almost. We will finish this thing like today. The new customization system for the UI. So this now works as the same as the atmosphere. So we can like have the menu. So like for example the atmosphere. Okay, we can go and play and have some legs. I hope this will work. Oh yes, some sort of like Unreal Engine internal like errors. Like this is pure Unreal Engine. So for example, oh jeez. So for the HUD, we can have like the customization, you know, all this kind of stuff, randomizers, random sun, random post process, and we can have like switch back and forward, like use the original atmosphere or like use the custom atmosphere, load the presets, and so we can have like these things, you know. This is like my custom preset and all this kind of stuff. Save this thing. Basically I did the same thing for the UI. So this thing is like currently like crazy, but overall this thing like works. We can have like the same for UI, font, shadow, all this kind of stuff. Today I will finalize like the rest parameters, and well, we will create like the presets basically. Presets. Oh my god, it's like 10 gigabytes. The game consumes this amount of like memory. This is like crazy. This is crazy. So let me test this thing. So last time I had some issues with like the performance, and I am on the way to figure out like what's going on. So someday I will figure this out. Overall, this is like the Unreal Engine, and it has some weird under the hood. Where they put this thing? Like, come on. They put I don't know, I mean not they, like the Epic, they create like a lot of background stuff. So overall, plus additional. I am on the journey. I'm learning the C++ because like the Epic Games, they announced that they are jumping to Unreal Engine 6. What a surprise! And they decided, you know what, we will get rid of all the blueprints and break the old architecture, and we make you to be like the part of the Fortnite in some way. This is like a really rough and without deep analysis like take. So if we take this thing more deeply, they mean like a little bit different thing, but overall this is like in general the vibe that they want to give us. So I am not really happy with this thing as other game developers. So they are you know, move away from the game developers, from the indie game developers, towards to the corporations like Disney and movie production studios. And they want to there is like the crisis in the game dev industry currently. Like nobody plays and buys the games, the new games. Like I would say like more people go to like the old school games, I would say. Like, and this is not the problem of like nostalgia. Plus, eventually, like the current audience is like growing. People got like families, obligations, problems, and they really don't have like the time. Plus, like how the brain works, it's really hard to get like the joy nowadays, unless if you know the trick how the brain works. So this is like a little bit different like topic about the psychology and like social crisis, but overall like try to not stimulate you like too much and you will be fine. This is like in just 2 words. So, and the Epic, they want to create like one game that rules them all, like the Fortnite. And I don't know, maybe this is the future, maybe it's not, but it seems to me like this is like the era of like really dangerous era, like the totalitarian area, something like that. This might be the dangerous. Or maybe it might be the best thing that ever happened with the game dev. But I have the doubts that every game built in the Fortnite is a good thing. So they want to like make all developers build the games for the inside of the Fortnite for the Fortnite. The metaverse. So this is weird thing, you know. I mean, it feels like a little bit like the ancient empires, you know. They all like grew like in like enormous, like gigantic, like the size, and the result of this growth always the collapse of the empire. So the Epic, it seems to me like they are trying to monopolize this thing and be the engine like #1 or all this kind of stuff. So like it feels weird. They just like the ambitions they're very concerning, I would say. From the psychology perspective, I'm telling from the psychology perspective. From the technical perspective, like they are like doing like the really cool and genius things. They push these things like forward. They in some way like creates like the revolution in some way. So this is like in some way this is good. However, if we dive more deep into this thing, you know, like on the surface it seems like the good revolution, but usually the revolution is the reasons, like in the humanity, the reasons for the revolutions usually well, it's very big complicated, so we need to game dev today. This is like a very complicated topic. I'm like more look from the perspective of like the human brains and the psychology and what drives people to do all these things. Anyway, this is like very concerning thing, and it's not a healthy thing to like force everybody to follow your rules. It's a very dangerous path. So what we can do? We can we can do not really much nowadays. I mean, like if we look at like the terms of like the engines, what engine we could like choose? We got like the Unity, CryEngine, Godot, Game Maker, like couple of more, you know, like these are like the most famous engines, like but there are like plenty of them. But there is like the problem with these engines. They are like in some way gigantic as well, and you have no idea what's going on under the hood. And plus they work in C#. So like for the context, I decided to learn the C++ and just a little bit to be more independent from the blueprints. I'm the blueprint guy and I never was like the programmer, so I just like I wanted to make my own thing, and somehow I made my own thing with the help of blueprints, and I'm really grateful for this tool. So but now the Epic Games, they decided to get rid of the blueprints and give you the new programming language, like they call it Verse. But basically think about it, this thing is, it's kind of like Lua, but with like more cool details. And this is somehow, and like they say like this gonna be like the open source, but still very have tight connection to the Epic Games. So if something happens with the Fortnite, Epic Games will collapse, basically. Could collapse to like something like really small and niche, you know. And the verse is gone, you know, and you are gone as well. So if you're like planning to make the games in a year, don't worry, just do the games and everything will be just fine. But if you like me, like I want to never finish like the game, work with the game like as long as I can, this is like the problematic thing actually. Like always reconstruct everything, like the core of the engine. And I am the single like programmer basically, and I do all this stuff by myself, and it's this is just tremendous amount of work. I love what I do, it's okay, but still it's kind of like weird that okay, I figure out how this thing works, I manage this thing, customize, everything works. Next update, everything is like broken, you know. Do this thing over again. I could stay at the same engine version and that's it, but I don't know, like it would be nice to have like new bug fixes, cool technologies, and so on, but this requires like rewrite everything from like over and over again. So, but this is how it goes. So I am learning this C++ in order to not be like very dependent on like the blueprints and the maybe incoming like the verse. So this is like my journey. And speaking about like the other engines, the problem with the other engines, they like basically another black box which works somehow under the hood, and you have no idea what's going on. And this usually like creates like the lags, the tech depths, all this kind of stuff. So, and Unreal Engine has a tremendous amount of the tech depths. This is like the main problem. So like wow, this like one of the reasons why like the key developers of the engine, they left the engine and they started like making their own engines, because they realized like what's the direction, and the direction is destroy like everything they got so far. So yes, it's a huge tech deep thing, you know. So it feels like a little bit like I don't know, like the engine will be there, Unreal Engine will be there, nothing happens with the engine, but still like it feels really unstable in some way. So if you jump to other engines, usually you have like some sort of like built-in like script language or C#. The problem with this approach is that these languages are like in 80% cases they are like easy hackable, and like the internal code, the internal things like can be like easy stolen, like on base hacked. You have to like use so many like different difficult things in order to make this thing like secure. So it's like meh, and you know, the commercial engines, they all have like, they destroy it in some way, their reputations. Unity like 100%, like they destroyed their reputation with that famous any download of your game you have to pay it for you as the developer, you have to pay for these downloads. Just like, you know, who knows what could happen with the Unreal Engine. For example, you are no longer able to do the games with the Unreal Engine if you are not like the part of the Fortnite, huh? So the vibe is a little bit gloomy about the future, but who knows? Maybe these are just like the worries about nothing. If Epic will do this thing, they will kill their own engine, but they will not do this thing because they understand this thing like really clear, and they will be like the great how this thing like flash of the developers to the Godots and the custom engines. So, in some way, yo, aha, welcome back, long time no see you. How you doing? Where you've been? So, what are like the news for you? Like so many things happened like since the last time in Unreal Engine and inside of like the game. So I'm currently like telling the story that there is like the big problem with Unreal Engine. So like if the Epics they will make this thing like impossible to make the games outside of the Fortnite and all these kind of like possible restrictions, this will be like really bad. Oh, by the way, could you type the word matrix in the chat? It should work. Or like this salute. This should work. If you're still there. So I am... Oh yes. Works. Cool, thank you. So basically the new overlay, I got the new overlay. This is like giga optimized in comparison with like the previous one. But still a lot of things needs to be improved. So this is like not, I'm running not the engine on the background, I'm running the game basically on the background. But it still has some like weird issues still. Like, and you can type some words in the chat and some things will appear on this on the screen. Again, like the list of these like commands, full list of the commands in my Discord channel. But it's kind of like salute, hi, hello, like Lepordian, Lepo, bug, lurk, all this kind of stuff. So speaking about like what should we have to do with the Unreal Engine in possible future, it's up to you, of course. The Unreal Engine is amazing tool, like the graphics, the visual styles, really friendly thing in some way, but not really optimized this thing. And you could keep doing the games on this engine as usually. Oh, but just in general, I would advise you to, like, this is like what I do, and I think I could advise this thing to you as well, but it's up to you. Maybe I'm just like a little bit crazy person. I decided to learn the C++. So I am transferring all my logic from like the blueprints to the C++ and learning this thing. So like this atmosphere, this already works like half of it on C++. And yes, I do like learning this thing. Plus, as like the bonus, I've decided to learn this C++ in another way. So I am making my own engine. So behold, the Prohibition Vibe engine. Ta-da! Ta-da! So this is what I also do, like when I have like the free time. I write my own engine, just in case if something happens with the Unreal Engine. And just in general, I would love to understand this thing a little bit better, how the engine works, in order to improve my own code. Plus, I got like so many insights about how the engine works, and this is like really fascinating thing, you know, really fascinating, like this whole experience in general. So what this engine does, basically this is like I never heard about that drama on Unreal. I have been okay. Reason I was barely going in any streams for months is about responsibility. I have to do more and things to get harder from now. The drama about the Unreal. Yes, I will repeat this thing in just a little bit. So, yes, engine, my tiny own little engine, the Prohibition Vibe. So basically this thing is like fully on C++, and this is like the Vulkan and C++. So what this engine does so far, basically this engine have right now 3, maybe 4, like I not use the fourth one, 4 shaders. Basically we can end the UI, like dear I'm UI, for like the interface. So I can switch like the shaders and change some of the parameters, gradient shader and like the stars shader. We can change the parameters in the stars, but it seems to me like this shader, like this does almost nothing. Again, these are like not kind of my shaders. I just follow the official tutorial how to work with Vulkan, and this is what I get like during like the process. So we have like shader of like the background, shader of like the triangle, and shader of the square, basically. And yes, basically this is it. This is what the engine can do so far. And yes, I'm just like learning this stuff. This is like my second attempt. The first one was the code loads. Oh, yes. The first one was like this is like my Prohibition Vibe engine. This was like the OpenGL. Again, I just follow the official tutorials. Learn OpenGL.com and vkguide.dev. This engine it basically has almost the same thing, except some differences. Like yes, I still like draw like the shader of like 2 triangles, and I can switch them like the drawing mode by pressing like the numbers, and I move these verticals like locally, like making like the offset, and I on the tick change like the color of this shader. So this thing was done with the help of OpenGL. And just in case if you're curious, like why not continue this thing, but I have started the Vulkan thing. OpenGL is kind of like a deprecated technology, but still will be with us for another 100 years. But you know, why not? And like plus OpenGL is like way easier than the Vulkan. Like you know, like to make this stuff you could do like in like a couple of days, like maybe in one like day, because the OpenGL this works like under the hood, you know, everything is done for you. You just like call this function, you know, you just oh this and this. But the Vulkan, it's serious, like it's almost like empty, like you have to create like the stuff by yourself from the scratch. And like I spent like, I don't know, approximately like a week or maybe more to do this thing, maybe more. So again, like I even do like history of my progress. So this is like first irritation of the engine, just draw the window. After that, new shader, like flickering blue. After that, I decided to improve this thing, flicker blue and red. Next shader, connecting the DRM UI. New shader, and triangle, and here we are. Just like yesterday. Yesterday I finished this square. So yes, and the next thing is to like teach the engine how to import any models into this thing. So yes, these are like my, I would say like a hobby. If I will be managed to. Yo, hello, Moina. Hello. Welcome in. Pet. Oh yes. How you doing? So this is what I was able to fulfill on like these things like recently. Again, like what else? Again, the OpenGL some experiments, and now the Vulkan. Learning this C++. Oh, the engine. Yes. Tiny, as I said, like tiny little own engine. Oh, what's the stream coding is out a clit. Yes, OpenGL is old but still easy, but Vulkan is new and more updated, but it's hard. Yes, exactly. It's kind of like in some way, you know, you kind of like lost, like what's going on. But again, I follow like the official VK guide.dev part, but in some way this now that starts makes a sense for me. Like I actually now understand like more how the engines like works. Like this is like really fascinating thing, you know. For example, there is like the way how to draw like the triangles, you know. For example, you see like any triangle, for example, I don't know how, maybe like we can do like paint stuff. So like there is like the, I wouldn't say OpenGL is easy. Like from the very beginning, like at least this takes like literally like 100 lines to make like to draw the triangle, but you know, OpenGL, like in Vulkan, I spent like a week in order to draw the triangle. So like I have found like the new thing, like how they like there is like the, you write the function how to like draw and upload these like triangles. For example, this is like our cube, almost almost straight cube. No, these are like the points, like 0, 1, 2, and 3. Yes, these are like the cubes. So there is like the difference how you draw these things. So when you import like these vertices into the engine, you have like an option how to like import them. So the and in the way how you import them, this will you know, rotate these things for you. So if you start from point 0, so if usually this should goes to like to the clockwise right side. So this should be 0, 1, 2, 0. After that, I think like 2, 1, 3, 2. This is like the I assume like is if I'm not mistaken the correct order to load these verticals in the game. If you will do this thing in a different way, you will get like weird results and basically the flip normals. So it's like I had no idea. Like, you know, you you learn like so like deep nuances, like, you know. And this is like, by the way, like the fastest way to render the things for the video card. Of course, you can render these things in any way you want, but for the video card, better to go like this, right clockwise like thing. So yes, fascinating stuff. Like, yes, basically these are like a bunch of like the dots, like the points, you draw them, like you put like array of this thing. Fascinating stuff. I got to go. Yes, it was nice to have you here. OpenGL is the easiest graphical engine I ever used. I made my own version of the OpenGL called Nightfall 3D. I failed though. Well, it's very respectable, I think, you know. Really respectable. To like create like your own like stuff from like scratch. I don't know, like in comparison with Vulkan so far, like again, just maybe a day and you will get like your first triangle. After that, ooh, maybe this is gonna be like way harder. I stopped like following like the tutorial. I like jumped to like Vulkan, and again, the reason maybe very strange, I decided to learn the C++. And what's the best way to learn C++? Write your own engine using the Vulkan. But still, now this makes sense. And plus, like in parallel, I convert like this stuff in UnrealEngine. And I was like, wait a minute, what's going on here inside of the UnrealEngine? Oh, misclick. So, anyway, like I'm currently like on the stage of like writing the uploader of like the static meshes into the engine. This is like so far. So what I have learned so far, like there are some standards how to write the code inside of the Visual Studio, like in C++. Like the standard method is like snake case, and for example, like the structures, you just type the structure, you know, you have like the structure and boom, and you type the snake case. So this is like classic C++ approach. But yes, you may do like sometimes like this stuff. But the Unreal Engine, they all type like in Pascal case, everything. I started like writing this thing in Unreal Engine. I was like, okay, Pascal case, then Pascal case. but at some point I was like, what's going on? Why you type before like you declare like the structure, you type F, you know? You have to, you must, you know, you must type F before like the structure. Turns out it's just like because the like Team Sweeney wants to all this kind of stuff. And yes, sometimes like it feels weird. Sometimes it feels weird. Why they do not like the rest of the world? So yes, not worth it, man. What else? What else I can do in my life? Write my own engine. UnrealEngine just wants to be special. Yes, and this is I don't know, it feels like, well, with UnrealEngine it's really hard for me to not look from the perspective of psychology, what's going on inside of like the mind of like Tim Sweeney, and with his ideas and directions. In really like rough way, I understand what's going on inside of his head, but I think I should not declare this thing because it's still it's really unethical and might be really wrong. In first like case, it's unethical, and it could be the projection. I'm not sure because I'm not specialist. But from the tech perspective, just pure tech perspective, UnrealEngine was created in 1998, and at that period of time, like the C++ arrived just like relatively not like long time ago, and this was in some way Wild West in C++. There was like no rules. Everybody was like making their own stuff. So as you do, this is like the rule for you. And so I guess like the Tim Sweeney like created his own rules, and like, well, and that's it. Like after that we got like this some standards, something like that, how to write this and that stuff to make everybody life easier, so something like that. But the Tim Sweeney and UnrealEngine was there already. So, and it's almost like impossible to reverse these changes because the engine is huge, and it has a lot of like tech depths, tech backgrounds. So if you touch one thing, the other elements, they might just crash. So you have to like deal with, let's say, this legacy or something like that. But yes, this is like definitely Tim Sweeney vibe, to make everything in his own way. Like force everybody to go to like the Fortnite, something like that. So yes, how you been? How you been, man? Do you like engines? I have not really so like huge experience as in the engines, so like I started as like the modder, like as game developer. I started just as a regular modder. I was working with GTA, Disciples, Oblivion, Skyrim, World of Warcraft, Frozen Throne. So I was just like GTA San Andreas, GTA Vice City. Like I was like making like just simple maps, scripts for like my own like joy. And at some point I decided, why, like, okay, let's make the Gothic remake inside of the Warcraft, and after that inside of the Skyrim, and after that I decided, yo, let's go to the CryEngine. And this was like the first time I ever like seen the real engine, I would say, and it was like hard. It was hard, but it was beautiful. After that, after the CryEngine, I joined the Unreal Engine. This was like available for free at that time, like first time, and I stick to the Unreal Engine. So I also tried just a little bit the Godot, but in some way I'm way like deep inside of the Unreal Engine, and like this takes me like so much time to learn this like the new technology. So it's kind of like I'm tired like of these things, you know, the age, neuroplasticity, all this kind of stuff. But the paradox is like I decided to learn the C++, and the way how I decided, sure, let's create our own engine. This is like the great idea. So anyway, somehow this works. So yes, let's do some compilation. Oh, this will not compile. Oh wait. Yes, there was like an error. So yes, anyway, this is somehow works. And I understand this thing more and more and how the engine works, and just in general, all this kind of stuff. But still, like, still the black box. So, and plus like the other engines, they have like the again, like the black boxes, they work somehow, but you have no idea what's going on, and they eat like performance, like all this kind of stuff, plus the C#. Again, as I said, like the problem with the C#, it's so it's like the abstraction the abstraction above like the engine, which allows you to write like the code, but the drawback of this thing is like really easy to hack, like to decompile and get the code from the inside. So it's really like you have to like create like so many like crazy things in order to make these things like unbreakable or something like that. But still, this gives you like plus 20% of like guarantee that this will not work. I mean like modern engines, because to me it was cooler when everyone had to make their own engine. Mainly because things are coded the same way in engine game. Like jumping feels the same in every Unreal Engine game. That looks fun, to be honest. Drink tea, don't die of cough. Yes, thank you. Yes, you know what? I was like thinking about like just recently about like the dancing and then the engines and the games in some way. So I had an issue when I was like dancing actively. I took like the participation in like the local tournaments. I like earned like the first places and so on. And I have noticed like interesting thing, but I would say like disturbing thing. Like everybody was copying each other. So like there was like almost no original like dance artist. Like so like everybody like just follows like the trends, and they saw something and they just repeat this thing. And this was like really strange. like no personalities at all, I would say. Like I was dancing in my own way always, and I got a lot of like the negative, let's say, feedback from my teachers that, oh, you do this thing in a weird way, this is not how, this is wrong, this is not how the dancers dance, something like that. And this was like in some way like demotivation for me. But I just like, I was enjoying this thing, I was doing this thing in my own way. And at some period of time, like again, I always do this thing in my own way, like close, like dance style, like all this like patterns on all this kind of stuff. So I learned the basics, but I always like create like all my like my thing. And at some point, like the funny enough, that teacher who always like said I'm doing like wrong and weird, he started like copying me. And after that, the dance like the other dance people, they started copying this teacher. And he was like, oh, it's actually he copied me. So this is like weird like drama thing, like so this was like kind of like an interesting lesson for me, like follow your own way and this will be fine. And yes, this was like kind of like weird feeling, like anyway, everything stays the same. So they copied, like they still do the copy things, they do not invent things, like I don't know, like most of like the people. The same, I see like the same tendency with the engine, like, you know, they do not create like this stuff, they do like the copy paste. Yes, I really respect. I have to go, sorry, happy stream. Yes, thank you for joining the stream. Have a wonderful day. You know, for these days, like this all happens like the same time. Yes, we respect like the originals, we respect the Dark Souls, we respect the Vampire Survivors, we respect like the GTA, like all these kind of like first like roguelike, you know, all this kind of stuff, you know, in the name of like the authors. But the rest games, they just copy this stuff, they do not invent anything, they just copy paste this stuff. So, and this happens like on all levels, I guess. So this is how the life goes. The PUBG, I don't know, all of this kind of stuff. And this is kind of like really sad in some way. So this is like, in some way, having the engine, this is like the great opportunity, you know, to create like this stuff and have your own like things. You'll be able to express yourself because you was not able to do this thing, you know. This is like the amount of like the knowledge you have to obtain is tremendous, you know, just gigantic in order to make like the games. It's not just a regular tiny small things, just enormous. If you think you do a lot of work right now, this is just the fraction. This is just the fraction of what you have to do as the game developer. And this is like really hard stuff. Like this is like the reason why only like weird people, in some way autistic people, they join like this like sphere, and they create like this stuff because they wants to create like this stuff. So, hello Rodrigo, hello, welcome in. I need to add the new word, sup, to make this salute. So yes, and in some way, if you make your own engine, this is like the mark of the quality, you know. Minecraft, Stardew Valley, all this kind of stuff. And of course, after that you have to wait, like when everybody starts copying you. But for those who like worry about like being like be copied by somebody, don't worry, because this is like the source is you, like, anyway, like you are like the source, like they can copy but they cannot create, like it's more like the respect to the original, but overall, like, you're the source. You will be able to develop this thing, to improve this thing, to expand this thing, you know, to make this thing better in some way. You understand all this stuff. But these, the other people, they always will be somewhere behind. It's always somewhere behind. So, just in general, what are our choices? Personally for me, I just like learning the C++ to make the game better, you know, to optimize this thing, to make this thing like run smoothly and all this kind of stuff, like make this thing fancy and just a little bit untie my hands, like from the blueprints. The amount of like interesting constructions I had to make in order to do some stuff, this was like gigantic. Now I'm kind of like just call like couple things in C++ and everything works. And if I'm lucky in some way, or like more like consistent, the correct word consistency, we could have like our own engine as a separate thing. Maybe like someday we will work inside of this engine, not the Unreal Engine. Who knows? Who knows? Again, I'm just like learning this stuff. I would love to learn the stuff. I love thinking. This is how I am. We already know like the grand sense, like the sense of the life. So this is like tiny question, like tiny mystery was solved successfully, so now we can start to live. I would say now we can finally like have a rest and start to live. So, how are you, Rodrigo? Have you managed to have a rest? Yes? Good. Good. I slept like almost 10 hours. Nice. Nice. Awesome. Awesome. What a beautiful feeling. What a beautiful feeling. To sleep like not like 4, not 6, not like 3 hours, but literally like 10 hours. This is like fantastic. So where is mine? I have slept 8 hours, the timer says. No, like actual sleep timer 7 hours. Plus blah 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 blah. Good. Yes. Awesome. Awesome. The only thing we should worry about when we sleep more than 10 hours. This could be the problem. So this might be like some sort of like problems with like the inside of like the body. So I'm back again. What was done? The UI system is almost there. Rewrote the UI system in the same way as like the atmosphere, so we'll have, it's still like white, but anyway this works like Yes, this worked before, but under the hood this does like completely different things, and this like 10% of this stuff works in C++. And we can have like the presets like open, yes, save the same, like basically works like the same. So I'm just like finishing like connecting all the parameters, so we will be able to change all the parameters, and I guess we will make like the presets. So anytime when we change the atmosphere to something like different, like globally, when we change like the atmosphere as globally, we will also change the UI to fit this global atmosphere. So this is like the plan. Man, sometimes I wish I could just turn on like the music I like very like on the stream, because the work is like completely different. You probably will think that I'm very crazy. Like for example, I don't know, like why I love listening like the synthwave. Another reason. I get you. Why I love this and the synthwave music? Because this makes me enter into like some sort of like the meditation state. I am starting like doing like these movements, like these things, you know. I'm inside of like the flow, and like the synthwave music usually like goes without like any lyrics, without like words. I really don't like the music with a lot of like words, like, you know, because they distract me to think about like the meaning of these words, the meaning of like of the song, the like what author was like wanted to say, and usually this is like so unhealthy, I think, you know. I cannot unsee the world from like the psychology perspective, and usually most of like the majority of like the songs, they are about like the abusive relationship and like mental illness and all this kind of stuff, about love, you know, all this kind of stuff, like majority of these songs, you know. On the paper, this sounds beautiful, romantic, like all this stuff, but from the perspective of like the psychology, from the therapy, from the cabinets, this is just the like so like bad things for the mental health and the stability, and this breaks you, like, oh my god, like people spend decades, like years and decades to cure these things, and for like to rewrite their brains to not follow these patterns that are described in the songs. But I don't know, like again, like the art in general, this is like the expression of like the emotions. Like the author who writes these songs, he or she has their own like feelings and pain that they need to express, and the more they express in some way, the more they kind of like relieve this thing, you know, they cure themselves through the art in some way. But there is like very thin, like, how to say, fringe, not edge. You could like fall into this thing, you know. You can cure from this thing, or you can like embrace this thing and never get out from this thing. This is like very thin edge. So, and the synthwave, they just like why I love like the Rammstein, for example. I have no idea about what they think, like usually, like most of the time, despite I know like the German. But I just love like the melody, and this makes me enter into like just meditation state in some way, you know. And the same with like the synthwave. I'm just like, and I do the code. Plus, if we are speaking about like the Stoicism, like the philosophy, the Stoics, they have like the separation of like the events of like indifferent preferable things and indifferent unpreferable things, you know. And the song actually goes to indifferent in unpreferable things that you should not really enjoy like the music according to the philosophy of the Stoicism, because this makes your like emotions go to like different peaks, like really high peaks. So again, like this is like according to the philosophy of the Stoicism. However, they have like the exception. You can enjoy like the music if this music helps you to meditate. What means the meditation according to the Stoicism? It's thinking. If the music helps you to think, then this is like the good thing for you. So in some way without like knowing this thing, I pick up like the synthwave because this helps me to think and express my like own feelings. And there are a lot of like good music there, like my respect. I like find this music and I like post this thing in my Discord channel. If you are curious, you can like, I just like, these are like the Rodrigo, yes, these are like the original music authors. By the way, Kavinsky, he's like rest in peace. These are like the original tracks, like the links to like the channels, so no like, so we respect like the authors. And yes, amazing, just really recommend you this. At least this music makes me enter into the state of like think, copy ID of the channel. Not this thing. Copy and link, maybe this thing. Yes. I don't agree, because for example, I listen to music in English and honestly I never know what they're saying. What I hear are melodies and harmonies, and it's what actually gives me emotion. You know what? I wouldn't say that we disagree on this thing. You know, this is like the same thing for me. Like I am not like English native speaker, so like I also enjoy like the English music. Like I also like I admire like these melodies, harmonies, all this, like how the music was structured, the build, like maybe like not the ideal like parts, you know, you can hear in some way like this human touch, like this sometimes really interesting and weird like solutions, you know, like AI music is always like this AI music, but human music is kind of like this, you know, this I love. Like, so yes, I enjoy English music as well, like I enjoy all kind of music. I just try to not listen like the lyrics, Like personally, I do not like Russian music because I can hear what they are what they are singing, and I don't like what they are singing. Like I don't like. I like if there was like the music without lyrics, this could be like the better thing. So like in English, like in German, like Rammstein, like for example, like, but mostly of course like English, I like do not focus on like the lyrics. I hear some things, you know, I can sing sometimes. But Jerry is not my song, you know, all this kind of stuff. But overall, I'm just like not focused on the lyrics. I hear like the melody. This is what makes me like feel good and like yes, gives me like emotions and express my emotions. So in this case, I think we are on like the same perspective. These synthwave tracks are the same. They are transmitting different emotions without needing to give you lyrics. Yes, in some way the synthwave songs, they are the same. Yes, I like, again, like the reason for them, it's easy with their help to enter into like some sort of like the trance state, you know. You just like, you literally in the trance and you like outside, you are inside your own head. You're outside, you're not in the world, you're inside of your head. And this like, at least for me, this helps like really good. Like again, this is like my own thing, like the schizoid character trait. This is in some way this enforces this trait to go inside of your mind. Background color. I actually don't hear like the music at all. Like this is like so quiet. But on the stream it should be okay. I will update the playlist. I think I should update this thing. But I'm just a little bit busy. With other stuff. Writing my own engine, writing the game, writing everything by myself, and just another 1,000 of things. Ah. I consume less sugar. So these are the dried grapes. They already have like the sugar, like the natural sugar inside of them, and like a little bit like how this word like called, like the feeling like when you eat the lemon, you like you know, this word. So it's kind of like double taste, and it's like this tastes like really nice with like the tea. So what am I doing? I need to fill the parameters. Get a component by class. The settings, we get wipe atmosphere, and we wipe what hot settings. Wait, what? I guess vibe interface. And we just like we should fill the same parameters. The only thing, you know, I think, but I'm sure they understand this thing like greatly. So like the tiny just like message to the universe, to Team Sweeney. He did like amazing, like titanic job and like revolutionary job, and he is already in the history. Big respect. Just, you know, just think about like the role. Just think about it, about this metaphor, you know. Do not blow this thing like too much. This is could be an issue, not necessary will. That's it. Move it from here to somewhere here, doesn't matter, so okay. Background. Okay. Background color, lower gradient color, background frames color, background frames color, and next background blur. Good. What goes next? Icons. Okay, icons, then icons. Button icons. An interesting thing, I was also thinking about the like we all know that what's the main purpose of like the life. The fight against the entropy. So we, in some way, we kind of like should, maybe not should, combine ourselves into like the great structure in order to like be stable. But this is in some way the paradox. The bigger structure, the more this structure is unstable. And at some point, the structure just breaks and collapses. In some way, I don't know, like we need to have the decentralized like the structure. I'm speaking like the metaphor way, like I'm not speaking about like the one specific case. I'm speaking just in general, like for example, like I don't know, like Lua, Linux, all this kind of stuff, like open source things, open source stuff. This means like the structure will not like die, something like that, and will continue to exist and grow. But the ego so far and the necessity to eat in order to live, this is like the problem. Like I guess the ego is not the problem. The ego will not be the case if there was like the situation where you don't have to like starve, you know. You are like always like, you know, I have enough in order to pay the bills, or in order I don't have to pay any bills, or like I have enough to buy the food, or for example I don't need to spend money to buy the food. So it's something like the ideal utopia thing, I don't know. Or maybe it's not the utopia, maybe it's just the matter of like the time and technology. And after that I think the ego will go away. Good. But again, do not get my ideas in a wrong way. I know there are like, you could say like, oh, we need to have like this type of like the structure of like this society. Trust me, you don't want to go there. Trust me. Don't even start thinking about it. Don't even start to think about it. This is the dead end. We need to just grab just a couple of things from the structures we all understand about what about I'm talking. Just take a couple of things, but not embrace this thing. This ends always very bad, always in history ends bad. Do not think you are like another case, you are some sort of special. Do not ever think about it, and do not dilute your followers. You are not. I'm sorry, this is how the world works. This is not my rules, or not any other rules. Okay, now go back and populate the data. icon color. Next. By the way, color. Icon shadow color. Icon color color. Icon color shadow color. Mm-hmm. So for the icon ready. Progress bar. Progress bar. One of the reasons why we have so memory consumed because of what? Because of the Chrome. I have too many opened tabs nowadays. For some reason it's really hot here. Do you have another games besides this one? Yes and no in some way. So I was like again I was working on like the Gothic back then, so I kind of like recreated like the mechanics from the Gothic one in Unreal Engine. This project somewhere in on my hard drive. I was working on the Lovecraftian, let's say like dark fantasy abandoned thing. And I was working again all with my brother on like the game about like the fairies, I would say, like catch the fairies, or like Pokemon if you speak in modern language. These mod So this is like my Gothic remake in Skyrim engine. I show some like footage, all this kind of stuff. And yes, this is like this is my like our previous like before, like from this game the Leporzian vibe appeared. Yep, this is it, the Bazaar. This is like our other game. Thank you. I don't know, at some point I lost the plot, the storyline. I couldn't like continue the storyline. And I don't know, like maybe this is like my problem. I like, you know, with this engine again, maybe this is like the same problem. I always like, I love create like the structures in some way. And yes, we were in the process of like this game, and it was still like not even close to the finish. So I was doing some experiments, and I accidentally created like the vibe, the Leporzian vibe from this game. Not sure. Maybe we will finish this game. Maybe we will finish this game someday. Maybe not. The atmosphere, the style, like the fantasy atmosphere is truly amazing there. truly amazing. And yes, plus I guess my other, like my job back then. Back then, when I had like the job, I was working for the VR company. This company was making like the VR experiences, let's say. These are just like tiny, like 5, maybe sometimes 10, but in usually like 5 minutes experience. You like ride like the motorcycle, ride like the car, fly over like the wind with the windsuit, see like the horror, like fly under, like run, swim under the water, all this kind of stuff, like tiny game experiences. I was making like all this stuff, like air shooting, like all so like the scope of like the game genres, so this was just tremendous. Some of them it was like interactive, so you could actually like do some things, like, and in some of them you just like follow like the picture, like you see like the stuff and that's it. So in general, like me working with like with other guys, like as a team, just in general, like the total amount of like these games we made around 40 games, like 40 tiny games. And this is like one of the reasons why I'm like, that's it, I don't want to make new games. I don't want to. I had enough. So I just want to have the vibe, just make one big game and that's it. No more like these jumpings. So far I was like kind of like happy and finally found my peace. But now Unreal Engine, they decided to remove the blueprints. So I'm kind of like in a very strange position. Yes. So the solution is simple, you know? The solution is very simple. Just create your own Unreal Engine with all these features and that's it. You don't have to worry about anything else in your life, you know? And that's it. Just like that. At least you finish that games. Yes, this is like very common, like the disease or like the feature, not a bug, but a feature, like the 98 approximately 98% of like the indie game developers, they never finish their games. Oh, 97. So like a 90, like 90, 96, 98, something like that. There was like a long time ago, there was somewhere like the counter, like the statistics, and only like 1% of like these developers who finished the game, only 1%, they grab like the bank, like, you know, they financially successful with their games, only like 1%. And we know this way, like these things like Stardew Valley, all this kind of stuff, but these are like usually the exceptions. So it's really the path of the pain and struggle, and you know, You need to be special in some way, very special. I have a lot of team games that were never finished, a lot of wasted music. Unfortunately, yes. Unfortunately, this is how it goes. Yes, what like I also had like the team back then when I was like when I was making like the Gothic remake. We even got the team, but it was such a chaos. It was like impossible. Like again, I was like no like skills at all in management and anything just like that. Plus there was some drama. So like there was like a guy who I wrote all this stuff. I like let's say I commit this stuff, you know, storyline, code, models, blah blah blah. And at some point there was the guy, you know what? Everything is mine right now. I decided to like leave the team and took all your I mean like my work and do by my own like. This was like very strange position. Again, I know why, like nowadays I know why. In terms of like the psychology, like I know what's happening inside of his head. What are the reasons and blah blah blah, but still like this is like very weird behavior. Anyway, so yes. And I was working like with like other like artists like the story is the same. They came from the other place, the team collapsed, they never finished the game. So yes, it's literally like huge amount of the game developers they drop the projects because like any without exception, any starting indie game developer, he or she thinks I will create my own GTA, just like that. No matter what, I will create my own GTA. This is gonna be the massive something like that. No exceptions. Every indie game developer starts like this. And this is the reason why almost every game developer never finished the game. So I'm not exception. I'm not exception. And here we are. And where I never saw a single cent. Yes. Unfortunately. So yes, the game dev is not the place where to earn the money. As an indie game developer, I earned like a lot by just making the streams. So like if I get lucky, I will get 10 cents after the stream. If I get very lucky, usually it's about like 1. So this is still way bigger than just like if I make the game and earn with this thing. So yes, it's more about like the vibe in some way. In some way it's about the vibe. If you really want to like make money, I guess you better to join like the already existing structures with like real clients, real processes, and you just like have to split your personality into 2 pieces. That one piece you just work, and the other piece always struggles. I don't want to do these things. I want to like to create something creative, something meaningful, something like A, B, C, D, and just keep this thing as a hobby. You will not earn anything from this thing in most of the cases. Just accept this thing. Or you have to be like some sort of like the genius, you know, to learn, to know all this stuff. Just like overall, like, again, this is like you have to like know so many different like things. But who knows? Who knows? There are some, of course, there are some cases. There are. But these are just like 1%. And usually these are really, really exceptional people. Not talented, but dedicated. Like, they, like, no matter what, they grind. And when they are not able to keep grind, just like physically or like mentally, they keep grind. And these people, they usually got their piece of the success. But the price, you will pay the huge price. So it's cheaper to go to therapy and fix your brain, because the reason why these people grind, again, these are classic cases in the therapy. It's all treatable and you will be fine and healthy and happy. Oh. I have that problems with bands. So it feels like any now at this point, any creative sphere, like even with the music, I always search for good musicians, and there are people that is not good enough but wants to play with me and they are dedicated, but I don't want to play with them. Yes, really, like another like I don't know, you know, in some way it's impossible to achieve the perfection. It's impossible. These are like, even the Stoics, they said about this thing, it's impossible to make everything perfect. Impossible. But this doesn't mean you don't you have to like stop to make this thing. Try to still this is like the point. Try to make this thing like good, better and perfect, but keep this thing in mind. It's not achievable, but you should always like keep trying. As for the people, I guess even like the relationship, it's impossible. You know, speaking about like the dance, in some way you have to like deal and accept different how to say, like verticals of like the human, and split somehow split like professional and personal like lives in some way. this might be like the answer. You know, again, like speaking about like the dance, there were some people like in my local dance area who are good dancers. In some way they are good teachers, but on the personal level, you know, in modern days you would call them as toxic and abusers. But again, like you need to be more specific. This is nowadays these terms are really weaponized, and you know, if the person do not agree with you, you know what? Abuser, toxic, bad person, like no, this is not the case. This is just very, very far the case, you know. These reactions, like, oh, you disagree with me, you are ABCD expelliarmus, how no, like how this thing, like, expel this thing from the community, like, these reactions usually these are like from the borderline, like mental state, like black and white, like a split of like the reality. This is like another mental disease. This is like, do not listen such persons. My advice to you, just in general. But anyway, despite like their like objectively destructive social behavior in on a personal level, they were great dancers, and in some way, like, you could learn a lot from these persons. But you know, you need to somehow like split yourself, you know, from these, like, do not put everything as black and white, you know. So yes, in some way it's a bless and a curse to know all this like psychology stuff. This like answers so many things, but in some way leaves you in like in the bubble of loneliness, because you know, like, this takes a lot of effort to achieve these things, to explain the things, and like double to achieve these things. But this is how it goes, and you should not be like sad about this thing, you know. I had like the conversations like with like some people who studied, like, as say, like they studied like so much, and they start like feel the sadness about how the things actually are. The more you know, the more you kind of like dive into like this sad state. But this is like the normal curve. I have touched this thing like personally, like you enter at some sort of a plateau in some way of like the sadness. So you, as soon as you know a little, you are happy, really happy. But as soon as you start like learning like things, you become like, I don't know, like aggressive, like resistance, and at some point you like just sad. And if you stop learning, you will stay at this plateau. But as soon as you like start like learning a little bit more, you become like get out from this plateau, and you can get like this feeling at the same time. You can get this thing at this point, but you need to understand that as soon as you got enough information, you will be at this plateau 100%. No exceptions. No people are exceptions on this earth. As soon as you reach a certain peak of like the knowledge, you will be there for a very long period of time. But like from my perspective, like the more you know, so usually it feels like the more you know, the more you stay here. But actually, if you even more, you will be able to reach out from this plateau. Yeah, yes, exactly. You just need to do not give up and embrace this thing. Like you are not alone. Like this is nothing wrong with you. Like this is like the state of all people when they are at this point. This is like totally normal thing. You like some people, they just do not realize that they need to grind, just they need to overcome themselves just a little bit more, or maybe way more, to in order to break this plateau, to go here finally. And this is like achievable. How? My way is like the psychology and philosophy. This is like, this really helped me, indeed. This helped me a lot. To be more specific, the stoicism again. The pure like basic, the assembler, the assembler of the philosophy. You don't need to learn like too much of it, like dive this like very deeply. Just like try and understand like some things, like, you know, basically you need to solve the in the psychology these things like called the neurotic conflict. As soon as you deal with this neurotic conflict, you will break through this thing, basically, like usually most of the cases. So you have the options to go to the therapy and break through this thing, or like go to like the source, to the philosophy on which was based like the therapy. But this is like very, you know, very difficult. So it's hard to break through this thing by yourself. So take help from this specialist. And always remember, this is like the way, like this is like the path, not the destination. It's impossible to be always happy and always like sad. It's impossible, because how the brain works. The arc with reinforced back end, you know. You try to achieve the state of okay. I'm okay. I'm not good. I'm not bad. I'm not super good. I'm okay. I'm somewhere in between. Like this is like very achievable and stable thing. Lot. Progress bar size. Oh my god. Size, outer, color, sharpness. Oh my god, such a long name. I will copy this thing from here. How this thing called? Progress bar. Color sharpness. Wait, what? I don't have this thing here yet. Okay. Okay. Progress bar size. Alter. Color. Sharpness. Oh, this was quick. Next. Next. Where am I? Cursor. Button. Cursor. Cursor color. Discord random. Cursor. Cursor is ready. Almost button cursor. I will do this thing soon. Font, I mean like text is ready. I will just drag this thing, so I will see like they are ready. Font. Next button. Button ready. Backline ready. Background ready. Why I don't hear the music still? Like it's so quiet. How is this sound balance? Like it feels like the water is like so loud. Yes, water 100%. How is this possible? For some reason my audio balance was changed. This was set on originally on 50, but now it was like 100. Background blur, yes. Icons. Progress bar. Cursor. Okay. Quite a lot of things we have left. One, two, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Three. Four. 5, 6, 7. Okay. Combo box. Combo box. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Okay. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Hmm? So what am I doing? I'm just populating like these things. Make them popular. 1, 2, 3, 4. Misclick. Yes, 7. All are here. Cursor is ready. Combo. Wait a second, where is the combo box? Oh. Combo. Ah. Vertical box. Box. At the end. Color. Combo. Box. Color. System vibe. System. FPS Karl. So this is what we do right now. Populate this stuff. FPS Karl. So this goes like system. One, two. Misclick. Oh, works. 3, 4, 5, 6. Yes. Lock general color. Lock system color. System color. Log clarification color. Log error color. Log comment color. Good. Randomize system ready. Next, spin box. Spin box. Spin box color. Spin box. Spin box. Spin box. Spin box. Spin box ready. Slider color. Slider. I'm thinking about like I should make this thing in C++ because when or if I will transfer this to my own engine, I would have to recreate all these things from scratch. If this thing everything will be in C++, just Ctrl-C and Ctrl-V and that's it. This is like kind of like the problem with blueprints in some way. Slider color. Slider power color. Slider. Slider. Button slide. Button slider. Ready. And we have left 3 checkbox. Okay. 4 parameters. 1, 2, 3, 4. Checkbox. Check box color. Checkbox shadow color. Checkbox power color. Checkbox color shadow color. Checkbox. Checkbox. Button checkbox. Check box. Checkbox. Okay. To left divider. Divider. Divider color. Divider. Divider. And the last one. Misclick. Aim color. Aim. Aim color. Aim color. Aim. 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 Good. Fantastic. So I need to check the category names. So I will look through all these things one more time and put the correct category and inside of the float as well. So let's finalize this thing. Let's add the variable category. So where am I? So I will have like this category. If this category goes to like blue, blah 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 blah. So let's category variable string public. So everybody will see this thing. That's it. And put this thing to the top. And we just populate these things. So like in color, everything is there already. So we got like the same variable category. And when we click set category, we go to like switch the category and set the parameters. Icons, set the parameters, we get our value and set the members in the structure. And after that we just call the C++ almost write.custom interface. So we write these things, blah blah blah, and call delegate URL. So yes, this is new C++ function. Basically, that's it. Again, I'm in the process of learning. Just like tiny baby steps. So it's time to get the new cup of tea. Let's start making the tea. It's okay, I will move this. Bug, UnrealEngine bug. Please don't not crash. Yes, thank you. It's fascinating. Like, I don't know, like, The Unreal Engine, they made like their own like stuff, just like completely own. So this is like they think like called like Slate, and they're really cool with this thing. But for the other like the mortal ones, like usually we use like the IMGUI. Basically, this is kind of like the same thing. The quickest way to create like the UI inside of like the engine. I don't know. So far, like, so like the slate is quite fast. Like basically everything what Epic does, they do, they do not rely on the different software. They create like their own software and force everybody to use their own software. And it's kind of like at some point it's like a good and bad thing. Because Epic, they try to follow this AAA quality to make everything like giga fast and optimize these things, like do like their own like binary formats in order to read like the files super fast in this way. And like their slate, for example, like this like UI, for example, DRM UI, there is like the check mark currently says like render this thing like in 60 frames per second, like no matter what. So basically this means like this will try to render this thing, you know, despite the fact there is nothing going on here. So this is like in some way like the loss of like the performance in some way, unless if you know this thing, you know, you could find somewhere this thing and change this thing in order to like when only we have like the changes, then render this thing, you know. Unreal Engine works like when we have the changes, then render. So far, if you look at this stuff, it's static picture, nothing is going on here. So like they start render this thing as soon as you drag this thing. And look at this stuff, like this works like really fast, just like in comparison, like and here, like I don't know, like this, you see like there is like the lag. The lag is kind of like noticeable. So I don't know. So like the Epic approach is kind of like in some way professional, you know. Who could guess? They are the professionals. But still, like I think they know like their problems. So category. Icons. No, like what we got here first. Font. So text. Everywhere should be text. Let's check it. Everywhere is text. Good. Button. Button. Everywhere should be button. Let's check it. Yes. Next. Backline. 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 Background. Oh yes, this one is missing. Background. Good. Icons. Icons is missing. So icons. Put this thing here. And very soon this will be ready. Progress bar missing. The T is coming. I think I got the last back of the T. It is indeed the last one. I need money. Progress bar. Cursor. Cursor ready. Aim. Aim. Divider. Divider, let's rename it divider. Instead of separator, this goes to like divider. Checkbox. Oh, no checkbox. Interesting. Check box. Slider. Inbox. Spin box. System. And last, combo box. Okay, so basically we can test this thing and this will work. But we need to add like this like four parameters. So what? Pain. So backline changes background color like gradient low, make this thing like black but transparent. No, leave it as a white with background color, make this thing transparent. So everything works. The same goes to like buttons. So these are now they are selected. Yes, selected button color, button hover. Wait, what? I connect the wrong value. Button hover color is the wrong value. This affects everything. Okay. And button color, like what's going on? Okay, I messed up. I messed up this thing like 100%. For the button, I messed up. So we need to reconnect these things. But overall, works. Save preset as like test 1. Okay, open presets like 2. Test set. Why? How I? Okay, this set. Preset the set works. So we will add. So let's check the icons. No. So the problem is probably not here, like button. Yes, problem is here actually. Button hover color. So the problem was here as well, button hover color. So maybe this already a fix. Button upper color, yes, works. Huh? I need to, like, you see, I have the problem. So if I press escape, this remembers like the last thing. So I need to like cancel on escape, press the cancel. As for this thing, when we, yes, so works. Font, open preset, deset. Font color works, yes. Font shadow works. Font hover works. Font hover shadow works. Font tooltip, I don't see any tooltip, but we will check it somewhere. For example, settings somewhere here. We set something like yellow. Come on. Why this takes so long? This is like, ah. Open preset, deset. I forgot to save. Echo scope philosophy. Yes. Just a little bit of philosophy. I have saved one tiny little thing. I have prepared a little bit, so no exprompt translation. So we go to the Discord channel. This is like the thing. How can I open this thing in a like human like way? I don't know. Okay. Epictetus. These are from our old school guy friend Epictetus. Perfection is the enemy of action. You know, quite like how people say is like pretty obvious common thing, like everybody says this thing, but you know, who is from the Epictetus, the Stoic ancient philosopher. And this was his quote: "We do not abandon concern for anything because we do not hope to reach the top." Epictetus Conversations, the reference 1 to 37. I think they should be somewhere here. Like, anyway, we could find like the source. So, and this is like the comments and like the description. What does this mean? So obviously this means better to do anything than just do nothing and expect like the perfect time, like the conditions, like the stars, like this and that situation, or something like that. No, you better to start to do this thing right now. And again, like with like, do not like and this is like at the same time like very often we want to achieve like the perfection, and this in some way this stops us, and we do the procrastination. So like we do not start like the work because the scope of like this thing is like way like huge. But the Stoics, they told you like it's impossible to achieve the perfection. It's impossible, no way. But we all have to like try to achieve this thing in any way. So this is kind of our goal, you know. The philosophers, the Stoics, they call themselves, they are aspiring philosophers. So like there was like the kind of like the old story about like the young guy, he came up to like the philosopher for like advice. Yo, you're like the wise man, you're the old man, you're a philosopher, you know so many things, you know. And this old philosopher, he said, I'm just like the aspiring philosopher, I'm just like the newbie philosopher. And there's the student, like this young boy, he was like amused, like, why you are like philosopher with like big F or P depending on like your language, and like how you could how you can say like this. And this is like the philosophy or like the Stoics, you know, we strive, we aspire like to achieve like the perfection, but we will not be able to get there, but we still try, we are on the way somewhere. And do not wait for like the perfection, just act. And this is like this is how you will be achieve at least something. But do not like delude yourself that you will be able to achieve the perfection. And there are some comments from like the modern like Stoics, and again like my thoughts as well. Expecting ideal conditions or striving to do a flawless job makes us procrastinate. In psychology, this is called perfectionist paralysis. The Stoics urge us to put aside our ego and just get started. This is what I just like said, you know, just do it, you know, just do it. Quite a nice quote, like the interpretation of like the Stoics thoughts. If you can't become the greatest athlete, doctor or philosopher, that's not a reason to quit training, neglect your health or stop thinking. Taking care of your life is a daily duty, not a competition for the first place. Yes, so just make this stuff, you know. This is like how the only way how it goes, you know. It's impossible to know everything from the start and achieve this perfection. You just keep grinding, you know. The most like well-known like people who really achieved like the great success, not because they hired like the PR team in order to like tell that they achieved the great success. This is different category, like more hysterical like character traits. It's more about the performance, not like actual output, which is again another like kind of like cool feature of all our human characters. But this is like the different like goals. So these people, they usually like grind. Like Terry O. Davis, for example, he in single like phase he wrote his own operating system. Like, oh my god, all this kind of stuff. Like this one called like the Greek miracle. When one person, like the Odyssey, for example, like the Greek miracle, when one person can achieve like so many things. So if he just keep doing these things, and this is how the life works. Progress is more important than results. Stoicism divides the world into what we control, our efforts, and what we don't, the ultimate success. You win when you put in the effort. Again, like the Stoics, they have like really simple philosophy, like the binary. Like in some way, it's like the computer, 1 and 0. What we can control and what we cannot control. Again, like these are like quite simple. What we can control: our thoughts, our emotions, and our behavior. What we cannot control: the rest, basically the rest, even our like lives, our health, something like that. like our relationship, like weather, like politics, like country, like other people, something like that. So but we need to like put our efforts in our like we cannot control like the success, whether we succeed like making this whole game, like this whole like business, whether not. But the only thing that we can control is our actions. So we just do the things, you know, just do whatever you can, like the best you can, you know. And this means like this puts like the accountability on like the persons, you know. Yes, we can say like, oh, I am not in the control of other people emotions, so this is all their like reaction, you know. I'm a philosopher. No, this is not how this works. You are responsible to like say the specific words, you know, to have the decent conversations, to not like put like the slurs or anything just like that. You just have a decent conversation, and this person is, you kind of like affect on your behavior, and why this person should be like how this thing called to say like in a bad mood, like how this thing like called okay, I will paraphrase this thing like this person was like why this person should be upset by your words, you know, if you do not say any, like if you like if you control your like the way of speaking, like do not to like intentionally like to upset this person, something like that. And again, you just do what you can. Like this is from the Marcus Aurelius, so do the best you can do. Like this is like what is under your control. And yes, do not split events into all or nothing or other extremes or polarities. This is guaranteed to lead you to at least the dissatisfaction in life, and as a bonus, depression and disillusionment with everything. So let me explain this thing in more like better way, like again from the psychology perspective. This is like from the psychology perspective. If you like says like or A or B, this is like the polarities. This is like how this thing like called in professional terms. Okay, I don't remember this. The word has gone. Like let's say like bipolar like thinking, like this group of people A and this people B, then this we should like do not communicate with each other. So like this is like two-dimension world view, like black and white, you know. This is not how the world works. This is not how this world works. If the person thinks like in black and white colors, usually this means this person is like immature in like inside of his or her head, or this is like some sort of like borderline like traits, because like these people like with these traits, they are not in control like physically. It's really hard for them to control their like impulses in the brains, so they struggle like themselves, and they are in the big problems, in pains and like all this kind of stuff. They really like suffer themselves, and they really need the professional help in order to like control this thing, because this sometimes this literally the biology of like the brain, how the brain works. So anyway, if you have like all these like polarities, like A or B, this leads us, like just in general the human, into like very dangerous spot known as like the break from in front. So this is like this is stem from the psychology. This is like how the depression arises, like the break from the front. Like I paraphrase this thing. So basically, this is when you like put yourself, everything inside of your like your life on. You put on one single thing. For example, if I achieve this amount of like things like money, like goal, like create this stuff, like create a family, marry this guy, this person, like I will get this job, will get to this like country, all this kind of endless amount of your goals. And if you will not like you like this or nothing, if I will not get this, the life is over. So this like guarantee, and this guarantee will lead you to depression as soon as this will not happen. So the life is coming to you, no matter do you want this thing or do you not want this thing. The life doesn't care, like the life happens to you, and usually our plans goes to like nothing, and this creates like the frustration. Like if the person like ego has like no tolerance to like the frustration, this creates like the lack of like the vision of the future, and this creates like basically like the anxiety, high anxiety, which leads to like the like fear, like this like all these kind of like really heavy emotions. And in order to like to not lose your mind, we have like this safe mechanism in our body which is called like depression. So it's kind of like switch off like the feelings, so in order to not get burn our neurons inside of our brain, because the stimulation is like really high, you know, it's really intensive. So we turn this off, and we like enter in the state of like feeling nothingness, like everything is so gray, something like that. So it's like I'm speaking in a very rough and metaphor way, but overall you could check by yourself in like the like biology, you know, maybe you could ask AI, this is like how this thing like works. So just do not think in one single dimension, or A, B, you know, speak A or B, because life could brings you like a lot of like surprises, let's say. So in this kind of like thought, we got like two thoughts. First, you know, just do it, despite the fact that you want to be this thing to be done as perfect as possible. No, please just do it. This is like the better way, because otherwise you could enter into like the procrastination, and or if you will get this thing done and it's not perfect, you will be really sad, let's say, really sad. So just do the things, and this is like eventually like the goal. This is eventually the destination, not the goal. That's it. That's it for this quote. Thank you for the reading. You can check some of these quotes inside of my Discord channel, like our thoughts. What this thing is about. I am learning philosophy by myself, and as soon as I got this thing, I have connections, I share these things with you, because this helped me, and at some point of the life. If you got some issues, I hope this will give you some, at least like the food for the thinking. But again, do not listen me as like the true source of like the wisdom. Think about these are just the thoughts for you to think about and make the conclusions by yourself, you know. Just think about it, because sometimes we need to feel this thing, we need to live through these things, you know. In my case, I'm still learning, and I'm still like figuring these things out, and in some way, you know, sometimes Sometimes this leads to like really like bad consequences. If you just do without thinking, this leads to really bad consequences. But it's better to do something at least, you know, at least something. But you will be able to later to like fix these things. So it's really depends on like the case. So it's not really like as simple as it seems. And plus, you know, I just like randomly opened like the page from the same guy from the Epictetus who made this quote. This is like in Russian, but I will try to translate this thing in real time for you. Do not rush to like teach people, you know. There are some people who just like just got some wisdom from some source, and they start to teach other people. You know, what a coincidence! What coincidence! So it seems like in some way I am just like these people, and this, to be fair, this is like fair for many people. Like nowadays we live in the era where everybody is like a guru, the professional. They know how to make this thing right. This is like the only way how to make this thing right. And if you ask them like, but why? Can you explain me why? Like you tell me, you explain me like the surface, but what is underneath? Why this thing? You know? If the person, like usually persons like if he has no answer, like if he has like, let's say, the adequate attitude, this person probably says like, I don't know. Otherwise, oh, it's your problem. Oh, you're just not smart enough to understand these things and this kind of stuff. So let's continue. These people, they do the same as like the ill stomach, which got the food. It got the food, and this stomach throw this food out. Do not become such a person. First, try to like embrace this food inside of yourself. Just the thing that you just heard. Embrace this thing. Do not speed this out before like the time has come. Otherwise, this will be like I don't know how this thing works. Like when you so this is like the metaphor of like this stomach, and this will not be eatable for anyone. So stay with this like knowledge for a while, and prove this thing with your actions. Prove your wisdom with your actions. So it's the same as like the proof that someone knows something, like for example like the artist can prove that he is the artist. Like he can prove, like he can write these things, he can write the code, he can name these things, you know. There are some people who like, oh, I have read so many books and I know this and that and that stuff, so name what was written in these books, you know, and suddenly, oh, this is like weird things, you know. There are some even the psychologists who like, oh, let's do like, he is the abuser, you know, the toxic. And could you define me like what you mean like the abuser and like the toxic, the behavior? Oh well, so these are like the cases. Like again, like the surface is like you just like split like you just split the terms and you have no idea like what these things mean. This is quite a common thing, I would say, and I'm not sure that I'm like lack of these things as well. At least I try to be fair to myself. because this like true artist, like for example in this case, he do not act in like, listen how I think about my art. No, this person just do his art and shows his art, and he shows that he knows his art, and try to do the same as well. Live according to like the philosophy, not try to like pose it. Show with your actions, not with your words. To teach the wisdom is not a really easy thing. You have to be very experienced, and you need to have like really really, I would say, like tough life in order to have these things, to have the experience. So yes, before teaching other people, think about your own life, you know? Think about how you live. Think about about your actions, about your morality, about yourself. And do not teach other people how to live, basically. This is like from the Stoics. But if there are some circumstances that kind of like force you, do not rush to teach. That's very nice. Yes, do not rush to teach other people. Like usually this ends very bad. Like in most cases when someone is teaching you how to live, usually this ends really bad, very bad. How is correct, how is like right, how to these things are supposed to be. Usually this ends really bad in terms of like the history. If there is like there is like the continuation, so you will get beaten by the people if you teach them how to live. But you need to be prepared for this thing, because again, according to Marcus Aurelius, there are people, they are not there yet. So there is like the loophole. So if you somehow got into like the state of like the, can you give me example how it turns? The tyranny, basically. Basically, this is like the tyranny. So when you says like my way is the correct way and this way is not the correct way, and this is how we start like the wars, basically. So like the human nature and just in general works like we all afraid of like the entropy, you know. We all like create like our mental structures how to deal with the life, and as soon this mental structure in some way got like not very stable, like by like someone says, oh, you're doing this wrong, and you kind of, oh, I'm doing this wrong, and you start like the fear arises, and from the fear arises the anger, you know. When you put someone like you did this thing wrong, you arise like the fear inside of this person, and this arises like the anger, so this creates like the clashes of the opinions. And usually when the two fear coming on each other, the clash is inevitable. So, and basically when you tell the people how to do the things, like you force them to do these things because you're afraid of losing your own structure, this creates like the more conflicts, basically. The best way so far I see is to combine the structure. Do not oppose them, but to combine them. Everything comes from within the fear in some way. We need to develop the tolerance to the frustration. Like intentionally sometimes, you know. Sometimes we need to create like the frustration intentionally, like, is this like possible that the book could be on my head like this? Yes, it is possible. Does this mean something does this mean tells something bad about me? No, not at all. This is just like another way how the reality can go. So these like tiny frustrations, you know. So in this case you will develop like the skill to embrace the different structures inside of your own structure, and this in general helps us all to create like more powerful structure. You know, do not be like the A is only way how to do these things. Do not ever do the B things. These like guarantee leads to like the tyranny and like destruction and like the problems in the long term like history. This is not just like my opinion. This is just how the life goes. This is how the life goes. Do you want it or do you not want it? Doesn't matter. Oh, the tea. I forgot about the tea. Eh. So, yes. Thank you for the philosophy. I improving this thing just a little bit. Again, I think if we type the magic word Discord, yes, you will get double in the YouTube, but where's the Twitch? Huh? Weird. You can join the Discord and reread these things one more time and leave a comment. Leave a comment, of course. And like one of the reasons I'm just like I want to have an extra opportunity to just remember these things, you know, and to discuss these things, because again, like the philosophy of Stoicism, they just a little bit outdated, just a little bit. It was like 2000 years ago, so we need to like clarify some things, like in the sake of like discussion. And I'm still learning, and I'm very curious to hear like the opinions of like other people, what they think. Like maybe we should like we could find like some like extra information in this stuff, something like that. Again, I hope I'm not oppose these things on you. I'm just like curious and want to learn this thing by myself as well. Okay. Let's go back to game dev. So in some way I'm following like the same kind of like the same kind of role. Like I love the engine, but still I kind of feels like it has some problems. But it's like it's not a bad thing, you know. But in some way I just like, for the sake of like the sanity, I decided to create like maybe this will be something like create my own engine for just in case. So this is like following the philosophy of the Stoicism just a little bit. Do not put eggs into like one basket, something like that. And why not learn other engines? I'm too tired to do this stuff. Too tired. And again, the endless black boxes. Who knows what's going on under the hood? In this case, you will be struggle with yourself in some way, or you accept these things. And no matter what happens, you will have this structure, which you could adjust a little bit more in more flexible way. But who knows? Again, who knows? Who knows? Maybe I live in Unreal. I wouldn't call myself like I'm living Unreal. At least not yet. I'm not sure. I was giga frustrated with Unreal recently, like recent half of the year, like with their directions, and like many like disturbing news about the Unreal Engine just in general. But who knows? Maybe this is just like my unreasonable fears. Maybe everything will be even better. But in some way, I feel like I kind of like was in some way, like, let's say, betrayed. But of course, it's not the wrong state. Like with removing like the blueprints from the Unreal Engine and introducing the verse. But it's in some way like I'm the solo programmer, game developer, and I kind of like have no intentions to have the team. This like creates like the endless amount of like work over and again. So anyway, I'm just learning the C++. I'm learning the C++ in order to like maybe not be so dependable on like the blueprints. So to like create like this stuff in C++. And I am a little bit in a weird way started to learn the C++ by making my own engine in C++. So this is like basically the Vulkan and C++ pure. I just follow the official documentation, the official tutorial, which teach you how to do this stuff, and I'm just having a nice hobby after the work. Maybe I will not work in this thing in the future, who knows? Maybe I will. I cannot say for sure. I love Unreal Engine. It still has some issues, but nobody is like perfect. The perfection is not achievable thing. What's the problem with the verse? Verse is kind of like the very new technology. This will get like the bugs, of course, but this might give you the really great opportunities. Who knows? But so far, this is somehow tied you to the Unreal Engine very tight, and they kind of like want you to be the part of like the Fortnite in some way. And it's kind of like I don't know. It seems like they are in some way dictating like how the things should work, you know, in the game dev industry. So it's kind of like strange tendency. But maybe they creating like the revolutionary. Maybe this is not something like really cool. Who knows? They are planning to make the verse as open source. We will see. We will see. We will see if the verse will work like everywhere. Like, okay, it doesn't matter. Like verse, then verse, then verse. This is gonna be like another like Lua, something like that. If this thing like works really well, sure. But in general, just like the new language to learn, like I barely have the time to sleep, but also like learn the new language, like not just C++ plus verse. This is like too much like work for me, like at least for me. So I want to be more grounded using like this C++, and if the verse is coming, I really don't care, like okay. So anyway, like my code is in C++, I just use the blueprints to code these things, or like the verse doesn't matter. So this is like my kind of approach. So I just like want to be just a little bit more independent. You know, plus it's like really the turbulence right now. Like we all remember like the Unity when they decided to know, you know, like now each download of your game you have to pay us. Who knows? Like maybe this will be like the future of the Unreal. Like, or like for example, you are not allowed to create any games outside like the Fortnite. Who knows? You know. It feels like really strange. Plus, the core developers of Unreal Engine, they left the engine. Like the core developers, like they created like the engine. They was in the industry for 30 years and they decided, you know what? We're leaving this thing. We are done. So basically this is what they said. The developers of the engine. The Unreal Engine, it has a lot of tech depths, as far as I understand. I'm just like touching the surface just a little bit. I'm just like touching this thing, just a little bit. But the like developers, like most of the developers, like who is like really deep into this thing, they say like the Unreal Engine has a lot of problems and a lot of like half-working things. Like it's a monster which somehow works, but it's really scary thing, you know. This might collapse. Or might not, who knows? Who knows? Again, like, I'm not living Unreal, I'm working with Unreal Engine, I'm just like learning this C++, convert all my logic, so I convert these things to C++, just in order to optimize these things and in order to like to become like better at this thing in programming just in general. And to better understand how the engine works. So like I discovered so many fascinating things like about how the engine works, this and that stuff, by just following these tutorials and explanation. It's quite fun, like for me. It's fascinating. It's kind of like a hobby for me. Plus I already make the engine inside of the Unreal Engine, so it's in some way I just want to like improve just the things what I already making. I just want to improve my skills in some way, and if I will be able to create my own engine, which basically have everything that I need inside of the Unreal Engine, maybe I will jump to my own engine. Maybe not. For now it's just like a hobby. It's just a hobby. In order to learn the C++. So checkbox category, checkbox. checkbox color. I tried the Godot. So it's quite a nice engine, and it's I can recreate like the whole opposing vibe inside of the Godot, but I don't know, like I need to on the background I need to learn the C#, but I don't have anywhere where I can like implement this like language so far, like anywhere, like I don't have these things. So if I learn the C++, I can improve the code inside of the Unreal Engine. Well, basically I can create my own engine. With C#, the problem inside of the engine so far, like it's really easy to hack the C# and get all the source code. Which is kind of sad. And plus, in some way, I already told you, in some way it's kind of like you are suffer caused by the, in this case you suffer caused by Unreal Engine. In other cases your suffer will be caused by Unity, by the Godot, by the CryEngine, by the game engine, or your suffer can be caused by yourself. So what are the options? In some way, okay, I will suffer because of myself. At least this is fair. But again, I have very specific game. In some way, I have not just a game, I have the game engine inside of the game engine. So it's quite a logical growth. But who knows, again, this just like a hobby in some way. Slider color. Slider power color. Spin box. Spin box color. is system. FPS color, lock general color, log system color, lock clarification color, log error color, log comment color. Boom, boom, wah, wah, boom, 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 wah, wah, boom. System. Combo box. Combo box. Combo box color. Combo box color. Good, good. So the base for the colors almost there. Then I think we need to do all the stuff in the floats. Set what? Checkbox. Okay, let's finish the breakfast with our cookies and tea and go back to the work. It's really too early to make any conclusions. And again, maybe this is the best thing that ever happened to UnrealEngine. The UnrealEngine 6, who knows? Maybe this is gonna be, this will like create like the new dimension for the humans, who know. Maybe it will just like break under like own weight, who knows. Not sure. The truth, everything needs to be reworked. This is guarantee. Everything needs to be reworked. And this is like any case, like in any case, like if even like speaking about like my own engine, like, you know, the EKS system is there and exists for like for decades, this thing, like, and it's already been using I guess somewhere around like. So the Epics, they just announced, okay, we joined to this technology as well. So even like writing your own engine, you have to like you create and use like the same system. Luckily, there are already two systems. One of them is like NTT, and the second one Flex. Basically, the NTT, the Minecraft Bedrock Edition was written on this system, so it's kind of like enormous performance and never ending like the Minecraft world. You will not be able to end this thing, you know. You will have millions, trillions of like these cubes and objects on the screen. Everything will be just fine. So it's been around like for many years. The NTT is like, it's really fast, and as far as I can understand, this thing is really fast, but it's kind of like bold. Like you need to write a lot of like functions above this thing in order to make this thing like work. So it's in some way, if you're like giga like programmer, I don't know, like who can do a lot of things, this is like maybe the best solution for you. The Flex, basically they do almost like the same thing, but they just have more like more tools, let's say, to use like ready tools. Again, it's up to you, you know, maybe you want to create everything from the scratch, so you don't need the Flex, you better to prefer NTT. Or maybe you like you don't want to create from the scratch, you want to grab some ready things, you know. It's really takes a lot of like mental thinking, what's to choose, what is the best way. So like in any way, in my case, like I have to rewrite the code in any case, if whether I go to like Unreal Engine 6 or whether I go to my own engine, like I have to like rewrite all my code. So the pain is inevitable thing. So anyway, it's time, you know, it's time to learn the C++, I guess. So it's time. So when Unreal Engine 6 arrives, you will be kind of like prepared in some way. Basically, this is like learning project, learning process. Who knows where this goes? Who knows? Ah. So checkbox set, ready. Slider set. You know, I just realized it's like you need to have such a huge experience in order to like hold certain positions, you know. Like, how is this like possible for you? Like, okay, I want to be like the CEO of like this and that things and be like at this position if you never like create like all this kind of stuff, you know. Sounds logical, but the reality, like, we got like accountant works as like the CEO of like the company, something like that, you know. Crazy things. Like, I'm just like speaking metaphorical in a metaphorical way, but you know, I'm in some way I'm kind of like under the big impression recently. Terrio Davis, maybe you know this guy. He is like the very tragic person. It's a genius, and he was making his own operating system, Temple OS, and he got like the disease, the schizophrenia. So he died. And despite like the disease, he was very right at so many things. Like, his engineer like mind in creating like the structures and just in general like programming skills. He was creating his own alternative, like the universe, like the way of like the how the IT alternative IT path, but he warned about the things they are now today that we're facing. It's like the huge software and all these kind of like services. So the conclusion from this thing, like, just take into the consideration about like how to build the structures for them from those who already like built something at least. By the way, how my thing so far works? Is this lagging or what? Interesting. This was like giga lagging like previously. So this still lagging if I actively like moving like my viewport. Yes, I'm very curious what's going on. Like, I wonder what's going on. Have no idea. Oh my god, this thing is growing. This thing is growing dramatically. Unreal. Pum pum pum. Very weird. Yeah. Instance fact. Interesting. I want to have the experiment. Basically, I can already start this thing. Interface. T-set. Icons. What happens if I just copy the JSON and paste this thing to somewhere here, like interface icons. I need to okay, icon color copy. What happens? No, this will not work. So if I copy just values, I will get like this format. I'm not able to grab this format. Ah! Box. Goodness. Checkbox. Slider. Inbox. system. Okay, defaults, another one. I'm thinking about how can I automate make this thing a little bit, just a little bit automatic. So I basically need to copy these values. Maybe it will be faster to make this thing like manually. Three left. Spin box. Set members. Set members current spin box color from the default spin box color. Break. Ready. Just like that. Only one parameter. Spin box defaults. Wait, what? Spin box This what? Combo box. Oh. Combo box. Yes, combo box. Just names. Okay. Spin box defaults. Slider. Set members. Slider defaults. Ah, okay. Checkbox set member. Maybe we can. Or maybe we cannot. What is this? Checkbox. So compile. Yes. All colors are connected. All colors are there. Everything will be working just good as good. The last thing we have left is to transfer these categories to the float parameters. Actually now I think I could just split my widget in order to like make a boolean, so like flip flop like float parameters, and that's it. This would be good, but again this is like too much work, so we'll just like duplicate the code. Anyway, let's just check some things. Okay. Painful. Oh my god. Over preset, something like this yet. Okay. Icons. What do you mean? Wait, what? Huh. Interesting. I have found a tiny bug with my buttons. So as soon as I change the button like color, if the button was like focused, this ignores, this overrides the button focus state. So this thing should be here. Is focused. If this thing is true. So if false goes like this. If true, goes like this. Button hover. Yes, by the way, this is like another C++ function. Like previously I made this thing like in blueprints because like I had no idea how to make this thing in C++. But at some point, I don't know why, this broke. This was like broken. At some point I was like, I had to recreate everything from scratch. So I put this thing into C++, so this is just like the enumerator, like the name, and we get our giga structure, wipe interface, this substructure icons, and inside of this we get the final icon color. Basically, that is it. And this is like the giga structure. Where this thing giga structure? With all our like other different structures, and we set these structures inside of the blueprints, like the values. So these are some default values, but basically this is it. This is it. So this will work right now. Let's see. Why the parameters now selected? Huh? Okay, so when I open this thing, I need to reset the widget index. Another tiny bug. So when I open this thing, set this button selected, and set widget layout to 0. Set index. Save it all. Save it all. Yes, yes. So button. When this button hovered, yes, works. Works. We'll have like this. Save preset to set. we're right, yes. We're right. And it shakes, it shakes. Icons. Oh yes, by the way, save this thing for the icons, save color. Awesome. Backline. What do you mean? These are the buttons. Okay. These are the buttons. Okay, so what we have left? Adjust like the floats. So like make this text bigger, make the reset button, and by the way, there's like the problem, I cannot press this button, this thing like behind, so we need to put this thing in somewhere in front. The divider, like these buttons, they do not work. But overall, like the color change works. Checkbox color. Yes, and checkbox works. So again, progress bar, and I think there was like some sort of like the blur, but it's not there, so I need to review these things. So I will put the phone on charger. I'll be right back. So here we are. Born to begin, forever princes of the universe. So category select. Okay. Okay. Get interface. I. So. Wait, what? Icons, nothing. Text nothing. Cursor nothing, button nothing. Backline nothing. Progress bar yes. Aim nothing. Divider nothing. Background yes. Checkbox I think nothing, and size box nothing, and slider nothing, system nothing. So only 3 parameters. Boom. Maybe it's time to get some sort of like a coffee. Oh my god. We have no coffee. We have 40 minutes left. Ah. So first thing first, let's add background blur to the background. Background blur to the background. Yes, it's there. It's there. And add the... Oh, that's it. Everything is on their places. Huh. Strange. Yes, everything at their places. Only 3 float parameters. Progress bar, outer color, sharpness, and blur. Checkbox. What's background? Yes. Good. So make this thing by default 30. Add the button to reset the color. We will copy this thing from here. Set default value. Values defaults. Category select. Category background. Switch. Background. Background blur. Background blur. Category progress bar. Get atmosphere class reference. Get atmosphere class reference. Background blur. Background defaults, and the last one for the defaults. This goes to progress bar. Progress bar defaults. Mm-hmm. Progress bars. So yes, the values they are here. So connect set, update visuals, update instead of update visuals we get. Let's get ready, complete. Ready and complete. Background blur, but this the blur does not work. Progress bar does not work. Darkness does not work. So I guess I forgot to connect the values. Background No, this is like overlay. Yes, get interface. Break background blur. Good. The same of the progress bar. This bar size and the sharpness. Blur works. Progress bar works as well. Sharpness alter works, but not really noticeable. Progress bar colors, they do not work. Oh. Huh. Huh. Hmm. 30 minutes. I'm confused. Everything should work. Mm-hmm. I'm confused. Oh. Progress bar, progress bar. Wait, what? Ah, these, like the names, they are incorrect. Progress bar, background, color. Just names, they are not correct. Like from the code should work. Like I never see the value actually like changes. Good. So let's go tooltip. Let's check the tooltip. Tooltip shadow. Okay. See something. Tooltip does not work. Tooltip text color equals to tooltip text color. Wait, what? Text vibe. Huh. Tooltip. Boom. Boom. Font. Tooltip text color. Tooltip text color. Tooltip text shadow color. Oh. Another mystery. Another mystery. Uh-huh. The mystery solved. The mystery solved. Expose on spawn. Expose on spawn. Oh, oh, oh. Tooltip text. Tooltip text shadow. Now this works. Frame color does not work. Background. So it's just a matter of like renaming. Okay, let's go through them all. Font color, font shadow, hover. Okay. Can I button color, button hover color. Next. Backline. Background. Lower gradient. Background frames color. Fixed. icon. Yes. Progress bar. Yes. Cursor. Yes. Aim. Divider color. Does not work. Correct. 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 And last one, combo box. Correct. So everything is correct right now. Everything will work. Good. Yeah. When I press cancel, this does the cancel. When I press escape, this do not do the escape. So let's fix this thing. Color. Picker. Color. Alt. Set new value. Cancel. Escaped. Close widget. Maybe I just like I can press like I can do like this. Yes, works. Progress bar works. Cursor works. Aim color does not work. Aim. Aim color, correct. Aim color. Huh. Aim. Aim. Aim, aim. Aim set. Huh. Interesting. So we set the aim. And this thing applies. This thing works. This thing really applies. And yes, I see the aim. The aim has different color, but for some reason not here. Divider works. Checkbox works. Slider. Let's see the slider. Yes, works. Spin box. Combo box works. Spin box. This is like enter box, huh? Interesting. Spin box does not work. Oh yes, because this parameter do nothing. Foreground color. I guess this should be like tint. Set tint style. Get style. Background brush. Let remember tint. Oh my god. I think this should work. Yes, works. Awesome. 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 So it's already like 5 o'clock. Basically we can wrap up. So like overall, the only thing I have left is to make this thing like automatically apply. Like so as soon as we start like the game, we should like load like the save file with this like preset, our custom preset, automatically. And that's it. And for the rest, just create a bunch of like the presets, like default preset for each atmosphere. So as soon as player change this UI, you will have like something different. But I think I will have like one common for everything for now. We will see later. Other things. So yes, basically that's it. The update will be tomorrow at the evening. So hope everything will be just fine. So currently we have like Rodrigo only. Not sure that we should move somewhere. Maybe we still like do not rate anything today as well. Okay, let's call it. Oh, fascinating times with his own engine. We're really tired sometimes. Like I really feel like lack of the sleep like very often. But again, this is like very fascinating, really fascinating thing. I love this thing. And in some way got some extra deep understanding and knowledge about how the engine works. How we can improve this and that thing. I don't know. It feels like we are getting cooler in some way. Way cooler. Okay. The update will be tomorrow. I wish everybody a great the beginning of the week and the great continuation of the week. So we'll see each other on Friday. So take care of yourself. Try to stay in okay state. And we'll see you next time in the